Alright, hello, greetings, and welcome in everyone. Hello, hello, hello. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope that you guys have had a good weekend. Hi, hi. We are here. We are here. And did you notice something a little bit different today? I wondered. Did you notice it? Well, anyone on the VOD squad will definitely know about it. Anyone on the VOD squad will definitely know about it. I might show it off again a bit later. We'll see. We'll see. I worked hard on that last week when I was not able to stream. Courtesy the tongue. But it was worth it. It was worth it. It's been good to actually finally get something that I feel happy about for a starting screen after so long. And yeah, I will talk about that a little bit later, I think. But how was everyone's weekend? My sense of time is completely messed up at the moment. I think that may very well largely have to do with the fact that I did not stream last week a lot. And yeah, it just completely messes with my sense of time when I don't know when I'm not streaming on all of my allotted streaming days. It's really weird and wild how that happens. But we are here, and we are on a productivity day, as kind of usual, but it's fine. We're here for productivity. We enjoy productivity here. Sharing in the making of things, because that is what we do. And we are going to be continuing with work on Nafkuchen Mops's room today. There have been a couple of small strides since we were last working on it. I did put a lot of effort in last week in some behind-the-scenes work on my own end, rather than doing too much on the client end work today, leading up to before today. But it was worthwhile, and we are still going to make all of our deadlines, so I'm not panicked at all. And yes, we are going to be continuing to just populate a few things in the room. But let me show you where we are at. Actually, before we do that, let us go to our schedule, because we've got a new schedule for the week. Yahoo! Why? Because it's Monday. We can show the schedule. It's Monday. We can show the schedule. So, a very packed week of productivity this week. With beautiful Harrier art by Court. So thank you, Court, over on Artfight. I really appreciate this beautiful attack. I love. Thank you so much. As always, if you guys like my stuff and feel like doing anything fan arty, you can find my hashtags for fan art on the top of my schedule. So you'll see it's visibly Ria, and I really adore anything that you guys might draw for me. That doesn't matter why you decide to put it together. I adore it. So I sincerely appreciate it. Can't believe this. This was my first ever art fight. I'm kind of freaking out over it a little bit. So yeah. Anyway, so we have a full week of productivity ahead of us. On Thursday, we might be playing a little bit of Peak, but if so, it will be entirely yeah, it's a little bit up in the air at the moment. It might be a collab, it might not be a collab. It might be in between art, or it might not be at all. We shall see what happens. Psy Prime, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. So, other things that have raised their heads out of the woodwork is that I have made posts on both Blue Sky and on X Twitter for the next combat styles assessment. I'm going to call it that because it's not a tier list this time. So if you want to participate in that, head over to either X or Blue Sky and check out the post. It is currently pretty high up on my page, but it's also currently in the comments of my linked post, so check that out if you're interested in participating. I'm going to be breaking down your combat style based on what your character design looks like. The last time I did this was last year sometime, around about this time last year, and it was very, very well received. It was a lot of fun to do that. I wish I had another actual realized character to submit. Oh no! Oh. Well, there's still time. There's still time. There's like 2 weeks to come up with a person. There's like 2 weeks to come up with a person. The deadline is on the 7th of August. The submission deadline is 7th of August at, I believe it is 0800 UTC. So if you have a character that you want to submit, check it out. I will be doing a radar diagram breakdown of your character as I perceive it based off of your character design's visible features, and I will be doing a radar diagram of everyone's combat style as I can feel it out based off of how you're put together. So that is going to be fun, and that feature stream is also going to be on the 7th of August at our usual streaming start time at 1900 hours UTC as well. So do consider checking that out. If you don't want to or can't participate as well, please also feel free to share it around. I'd like to get as many people to participate as possible. Not being in tier list format, I do think it is something that is going to go a little bit faster than last time, maybe. So we'll see what happens, but I would really like to get as many participants as possible. I've been looking forward to doing this for a while. The combat styles assessments is one of my favorite things to do, actually, now that I've realized it. It's just going to be a whole lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to sharing that with you. Also, very, very importantly, try to drop in on that day if possible, because I'm going to be making another big announcement on that day, and I would really appreciate everyone being there. Kalex, hello, welcome in, great to see you here. Welcome. So for everyone who is dropping in now, there were a couple of new things that I spent a little bit of time last week working on, which you kind of missed a little bit, because even though I gave it an extra 3 minutes, there was something that I worked on for a significant portion of last week, which I've been wanting to do for months, and which is now finally live. And I'm going to jump back to my starting screen so that you can see it, because I worked really hard on it and I'm proud of it. So there you go. I made myself a new starting suit screen, and I'm so happy. Looking very Jedi. Hey! Ah, yes. So, that is... yeah, my coat cape thing. McGafter. Yes. So, we've finally got a new starting soon screen that's actually lore accurate. With me and a fellow sentinel out on patrol with our various teammates down on the ground. So I'm going to be introducing everyone that you are going to be seeing on our starting soon screen in more detail as the weeks come by. But for now, if you guys want to peruse this, you'll have to watch the VOD on my YouTube channel. All right. And back to our chat screen. There we go. Are you a subscriber of the no capes philosophy from The Incredibles? Depends on the context. Depends on the context. Cape is an amazingly useful thing in the correct context. If you are not anywhere near heavy machinery, a cape is a wonderfully safe thing. But it all depends on the context of your continuous action. There is no such thing as bad weather, only the wrong wardrobe. And I think that the same thing applies to the Incredibles philosophy. So, I personally subscribe to the cape thing, the cape jacket, because my cape is split in the back so that my wing control hub can still stick out, because it's kind of plugged into me, actually. It's literally plugged into a socket that is fused into my spinal cord. So that I can control my wings and my flight boots. But I also hate sleeves, so I really, really, really don't like anything underneath my arms, between my arms and my torso. So for me, the cape thing, it's a short cape, it works. It works for me because it's not drastic. Stratogal, yes, yes, yes. We do not go in the same direction as Stratogal. Mostly because why? I do not exist anywhere near jet turbines. Also, if you see that I'm a little bit laggy in terms of my model today, it's currently because I've got Blender running, and it is currently in the it's currently still sampling. Why are you currently still sampling? Hold up. Output. Let's just make that in frame 1, so it only has to render 1 frame. Blah. I used to be able to quote that whole spiel from memory. Wow. Wow. Blender is a hungry cookie monster? Blender is a very hungry cookie monster. So I just quickly changed the setting there, so that it only renders 1 frame. And it's still crying. But it's fine, it's fine. As soon as I switch out of render view, it will be a little bit better at least. But yes, I will be doing the big announcement for an event happening on the 7th of April when I do the feature stream for our combat styles assessments that is on my X, Twitter, and Blue Sky channels. So if you are following me there, or if you're not following me there, either which way, it doesn't matter. Go check it out, drop your PNGs, drop your character design, and I will do a breakdown on your design as I perceive it, what your fighting style would be. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And we shall be announcing another big thing that I've been working on hard this last week on that day. So look forward to that. I have only one more thing to add to the list of stuff that I need to prepare for that. But I am very much looking forward to being able to share that with you because it's a big deal and we're going to see a whole bunch of cool stuff in that. So please bring your friends. Please, please, please bring your friends, guys. I need to get as many eyes on this as possible because it's going to be really, really fun. So bring your friends to the Combat Styles tier list and ask them to hang around for the announcement as well because it's going to be fun. If you can get them to come around in the art streams as well, maybe we can convert them into mistlings as well. No ulterior motives, I promise. Yeah, so cool stuff coming. I want to be able to keep on making cool stuff for you, so let's keep the ball rolling and hopefully have some fun along the way. And all of that said, I should probably show you what the cool stuff is currently that is making me lag like a mad thing here. So, without any further ado, this is our... Oh, come on, it changed view. It changed view, no! Render mode, no! Okay, fine. So this is where we are currently at. I'm just going to put this on 300 samples so that it doesn't go so completely mad. Now let's make that 50. There we go. Is this pixel art? No, this is Cycle's rendering engine in Blender. It always goes through a couple of passes before you can actually see what's going on. So basically what it's doing is it's calculating light bounces, and that's why it looks a bit dithered, is because it's still calculating where the light is and what is actually being visible to the camera. And it's something that takes quite a bit of fine-tuning to get between your actual rendering settings and what is going to be appearing on screen, and what is going to actually render out. But currently, with the machine fighting to render this thing and also encode a video in OBS to broadcast, it is chewing all of my machine's resources at the moment, but it's going to be fun. It's going to be fine. Computer enhance image. Yes, it's doing that. There we go. There's the denoise in action. So this is where we are currently at. We have put in a couple of things. We have populated the bookshelf. We have added a little bit of a neon sign in the back wall there. We threw in a couple of personalized images by the computer screens. We have included a microphone arm, we've included a webcam, we've included a keyboard. Those are things that we have finally applied. So what I need to do still is I need to add a couple more personalizations to this whole madness. A few more lighting fixtures as well, because it is a little bit dark in here, I still think. And the last thing that I want to do before rendering this out is to apply a image pane behind this window over here, which is going to have our outdoor scenery on that. And I want to save that for last because that's going to be a separate image animation. It's going to be a separate animated video, which is going to play in the back there. And as soon as I've got that involved, it is going to significantly lag the Blender even more, so I won't be able to work on that at stream after that point. Will this be a static background later? It will be animated in terms of what's going on outside of the window, so it is actually going to be a video file in the end. It is going to be a video file in the end. What is also going to happen is that the monitors on the computer screens are going to have a alpha mask on them as well. So on those two monitors, Napfi will be able to apply other videos as per their own discretion there. So that's going to be the goal on that front. So I've still got a lot of little plants to throw in here. I've got a couple of plushies to model. I'm going to put some boxes in the cupboards as well to just flesh those out a little bit more. So we've got a couple of things to do, and I'm just going to leave this view and go into our material viewport quickly. That one. How much do you charge to whip up something like this? Let me just check actually, because I can't remember off the top of my head right this very second. I do know that I did recently update it because that was not accurate pricing before at all. And I made it its own service because what I had, where I had included it before, was not appropriate. Let me see. Oh, it's still in a draft. Oh no, that is not going to fly. That's not going to fly. Services. Hold up. Yes, it's a draft still. Okay. It's because I was still busy editing these. Just waiting for my internet to catch up with me. One moment, please. Interwebs, come on. There we go. Yeah, so it starts at £100, but it will vary a little bit depending on the context of what all you need to have thrown in there. Starts at £100, but then it varies depending on what your needs are. So the more objects that I need to model from scratch that are bespoke and I can't find resources for, or I don't already have in my library, unfortunately the more it's going to cost, because I need to actually make more stuff from scratch. In this case, I was able to get a couple of the resources, actually quite a lot of the resources, on a license that is appropriate. It's not based on hours worked. Well, with how much time is wasted just waiting for my machine to catch up with me, it is a little bit difficult to do those calculations. I am currently timing how long I'm actually working on this particular project so that I can scope it a little bit better. But I need to do a couple more of these to get averages out. The last environment that I did in 3D was for Pessimistic Hype, and I have not gone into my VODs and counted how much time I spent on that on VODs, because that's the only record I have of the time that I spent on that, and that was the dumb on my part. It was the big dumb on my part. So I am trying to keep track this time. But we'll see. We'll see how things pan out. Because I do know that I need to start moving towards the hours worked as my pricing base here. But I don't yet have enough information to refine my pricing on that as well. Also because I'm charging based off of a preliminary quotation. Didn't hear you? Oh no, oh no, oh no, no. Did you hear? Do you have to? Faster is worth more. Yeah. Look, it's. I know that a little bit of something is better than a whole lot of nothing. So for me, this is a lot faster than trying to draw this by hand. That's the one thing that I will say. So when it comes to business meta, everyone is going to find their own niche. So I know that there is a little bit of fine-tuning that is necessary. And I do still think that I am keeping things within a reasonable time frame in terms of my turnaround times. If you check out my different services, I do try to keep things within reasonable turnaround times. And literally the only times I've had to ask for extensions was when I was so doggedly sick that I literally could not get up. So that is not something that I'm currently feeling is a major concern point. But yeah, let's just say that I'm still figuring out how long I spend on these things to be able to refine my pricing accordingly. Because I'm also doing these based off of a preliminary quotation rather than saying, okay, we're going to do the thing and then I'm going to charge you exactly afterwards based on hours worked. Let's put it this way. I am not a finance company who is, or a lawyer who's charging you. You don't know how much. You'll find out when you get the bill later. I do not like working like that. I like to get as accurate as possible a quote to you first, and then you get what you get, and hopefully it's a bargain either which way. So yeah. So we are going to continue with this now. I have yapped quite a fair amount. I'm not a businessman, so a grain of salt, but it seems like it might be more trouble to have a super variable price specifically attached to hours spent. Yes. Instead of being able to estimate how much time and profit takes based on what's needed and give them prospective customer standard price that can be adjusted if need be. Exactly. That's how I... Yes, so that was my thought process. I know that hourly pricing has its place. I don't think that this is it. Not for me, not for right now, not for this kind of project. So, if I was doing something that was, I don't know, if I was maybe doing a recording work or voice work where I'm getting paid per number of finished minutes of product, even then it's not going to look at the amount of time you actually spend making the product, but you know approximately how much time it takes you to actually make the thing, which is why when I do my stinger animations, for example, those are expensive, is because I know how much time it takes me. If it takes me an average of like 55 hours to animate 4 seconds, that's a very expensive 4 seconds. So, that's why those are expensive. Because it's basically an entire works month of my life. On just one project. So, yeah. Anyway, pricing aside, let's go into detail here. So, one thing that I'm not happy with is how this microphone crosses over the screen here. I'm not happy with that, so I'm going to want to adjust that definitely. Hourly pricing seems maybe more fitting if one was selling to a company rather than to an individual, or maybe I'm off both there. Hourly selling makes sense if you are a company. Hourly pricing makes sense if you are a company. Like, I know people in some industries that specifically have hourly based pricing because they are working with companies that have all of the money and they can afford to invoice accordingly. So it's very much industry dependent as well. But once again, for where I am and how I'm doing things, I don't think it would be beneficial to me. So I'm gonna switch to our white view. Come up here. Hide the room shell. Alright, now what I want to do, pose mode. Okay. Let me see, here. Almost. I'm so fortunate that this microphone came already rigged. So now that should read a little bit more clearly because it's not covering the screen. Okay. So we've got our mouse, we've got our keyboard, we've got our microphone now not breaking that line, so it'll read more clearly. Okay, now I want to just quickly open up this again. Okay, so what we still need is we need a ring light behind the monitor. We need a ring light behind the monitor. I see I think that's a switch dock. Okay. All of the pot plants. Oh, that's a cute cactus. Okay. I think that's another lighting unit. Interesting. It's either a lighting unit or a heating unit or something. I'm not 100% sure. It might be a lighting unit. Okay. And I've got pillows to make. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a couple of I'm going to a standard price based on the average time spent on the project makes sense to me. Yeah. That's the usual methodology that I end up using. Okay. Actually, before I get into that, what I want to do is I just want to look at my... let me just collapse the room shelf for a second here. And hide the roof decor for a second. I want to look at my wall here. Hide the bookcase, hide the books. And on the wall decor, object mode, yes. Edit. Wait. No. I want to be here. I think that should be 0.5. 0.6. Or double 0.6. Ah. Okay. Object mode. Grab this. Now I want this to join with a little bit of offset off of the wall itself. Now what I want to do is I want to take both of those and I want to go duplicate. Move it behind. And I want to go scale X 0.5. Okay. So now you won't necessarily be able to see it straight away, but that's okay. Oh yeah, and how could I forget to say the background looks excellent? The stuff you make always does, so I feel like a broken record. Oh, thank you! Thank you! We do our bestest! Yes. I want Let's use the metal wire mesh material there. And see how that behaves. Okay. And I just want to see how this changes the lining. Because there's usually a little bit of a backing with a mounting system on one of these things. So there will usually be a little bit of a dark patch behind. And I just want to see how that's gonna translate. Of course, it's going to look a bit dull at the moment because we have not got our roof lighting on. There we go. In no iteration of reality are fairy lights this effective at lighting a room this size. This is only entirely because I've not got actual atmospheric lighting in here yet. I'm definitely going to need to tone down these fairy lights. We need an actual proper light source in here. I'm probably going to mount something on here and on here as well. There's definitely going to be an LED thing behind here as well. Okay. I do see the beginnings of that drop shadow there. So I'm not too perturbed about how it's pixelating. I can see that it's doing what I needed it to do. So I'm feeling good about that. Yes, gives a little bit of that standoff. It gives a little bit of that standoff. Makes it feel more like a sign and less like a weird drawn-on graffiti at the end. Okay, happiness is, come back here. Cool. It does the job. It does the job. Now, number next, I need to do disk objects. Let me think. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this LED strip? How am I going to do this? How much light does this thing actually project? Quite a significant amount. Okay, I'm not going to do the LED strip first. I'm going to do the ring light first. Okay, I'm going to do the ring light first. So, first things first, we hide the room shell again. Come top view. Come over here. We are in object mode. Yes, yes, okay. Add mesh. Torus. Let's make that 8 segments on the inside. Major radius, let's make that 0.2. Minor radius, let's make that 0.05. Oi. That's way too much. 5 centimeters? Yes, that's way too much. 0.01. That looks more like it. Let's go 0.02. That's a bit more in proportion. Okay. So now we come here, rotate 90. Rotate 90. There we go. Object, shade smooth. There we are. Okay. So now this is going to be the beginnings of our ring light. Yup. Let's first leave it here. Now what we do is we take this and we go add black plastic material and add light. Maybe these. Add backpack. Okay. Now we go object node, edit. Show that. Okay. Now we grab that and we go duplicate. And scale. Actually, delete that. Delete all of those vertices. I do not like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, nope, undo that. Grab a couple of vertices there, go select, loop select. Okay. And let's go extrude. Scale. Like that. Okay. Extrude. Pull that back like so. Now we grab, select loops, edge loops, and we grab those. Yes. Delete vertices because we're not going to need those at all. Then we grab on the interior line. Man. Grab you, select loops, edge loops, extrude, scale, down, like sure, looks good. Scale. Okay. Extrude. Okay. No. Why do I feel like something broke there? Okay, nothing broke there. Okay. Okay. Grab that. Add another row. And add another row. Assign the black plastic material. Now if we go here and go to render view, we should have something like that. Okay. Ring light. Now, we can see that my proportions are off ever so slightly, I think. Should be okay, it should be okay, it should be okay, I think. Maybe if we're very, very, very lucky. Zoom in. Oi. Okay. Let's go back here, check this. It's still too big. Okay. So let's go. Firstly, top view, shell off. Come on, come on. There we go, there we go. Yeah. Scale X. Just make it narrower first. Okay, now we go in here, edit mode. Let me grab these two. Okay, select loops, H loops. Let's put on our proportional editing. I do not want it to be 1 meter. Let's go with a 1 centimeter proportional editing range. Blah. So 0.01. Okay. So if I go scale here, undo. Okay, and I go scale. That's too much. So split the difference. Scale. Here we go. That's better. Select loops, edge loops. Delete those vertices. Select loops, edge loops, extrude. And proportional editing off. Pull that back more or less in line there. Okay. Throw that on again. Undo. 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 And scale. and extrude. Alright. Happy with the ring light. Okay. Put that there. Call it ring light. Okay. Now I think my best bet is going to be to use a couple of spots. I think that's going to be my best bet. So I'm going to create another new sub collection in there and call this one RGB uplights. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to add a light, and it's going to be a spotlight, and we're going to need to take our spotlight from where it currently is all the way over there, and we're going to need to make massive adjustments to it. Yay! Firstly and foremostly being its direction of travel. So rotate 180. Because it's an uplight, it needs to point up. Firstly and foremostly. Now, let's see. I do want a soft fall off on this, but let's see. Where do I control its depth? Let's make this a 2 watt for now. Let's make this 5 watt. How do I change its distance? How do I change the beam distance again? I know that it's possible to change the beam distance, but I can't remember how. 1 moment. Okay, let's go. Enter. Let's make this. Let's make this. Let me just zoom in a little bit more, because I need to definitely zoom in a little bit more. It's just taking a little while for the encoder to catch up with me. So 1 meter is definitely the right radius on this. Maximum bounces, I'm going to make that 40. Quickly switching rendering engine again so that I can actually zoom in. Back to rendered view. Catch up with me, please. There we go. Works. And you know, I thought something was weird. It's because for the collab, I disabled my hydrate reminders. So now they're switched on again. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Josh, hello, hello. How are you doing? I am doing very well, thank you. I'm doing very well, thank you. We are being productive. I had a productive week despite not being able to stream last week. I made a couple of cool things and I have set up stuff for cool stuff to come. So I'm a very, very happy bird. And yeah, we are happy, healthy, and fighting for our dear lives with rendering things so that we can see things in action. So at the moment I'm spotting 2 things. First, I see that I need to duplicate this light and recolor it so that I can get the sense of the complete luminosity that is going to be required here. And secondly, I see that I need to close the back of the ring light, because currently there is light coming out the back and we do not want light coming out the back of the ring light. So let us switch back to this mode momentarily. Come over here. Go edit. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to grab... No. Like that. Select those loops. And select Hopefully this is not going to break. Yeah, it didn't break. Now we go edge and bridge edge loops. Yay, it worked. Yay, yay, yay. Okay. So now we shouldn't have light bleed out the back of that anymore. Hopefully. If that works, like how I hope it worked, then we should not have light bleed out the back of the ring light anymore. Now what I do is I want to come over here and I want to do this and go 1. Right. I need to have math about how I'm doing that. So, Kate, and I want to move this in the y-axis by negative 0.5. 0.5 is too much. Negative 0.1. Negative 0.1. That is the number. That is the number. Okay. So duplicate negative 0.1. How many colors have we got? We've got. Just checking my reference. Yellow, cyan, magenta, green, red. Okay, so duplicate again. Move negative 0.01. Negative 0.1. Okay, so this one is going to be red. This one is going to be green. This one is going to be cyan. One is going to be magenta. Okay, are we stable again? It looks like it. Oi, 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 oi. USB ports, USB ports. When in doubt, plug it out and plug it back in again. Yikes. Ah! Audio debugged. Yay! Audio debugged. So, Twitch, I am sorry. I am sorry I have ended the fun playlist for us for today because it is actually just taking a lot of my resources at the moment. So, sadly, we are... Sorry. We are on YouTube volume, or YouTube music for the rest of this day as well. Okay. So hopefully everything should be working now. Sorry, I accidentally messed with volumes for a second there, and that ended badly. I apologize for your ears. Okay. We are in one piece. Okay, we are in one piece. So this is starting to look... Aye! What are you doing now? My poor ears were destroyed. I am so sorry. Like, I tried to debug another thing and it broke. Very, very quickly. Needed to be restored. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to take the LED light here and I want to duplicate it, and I want to call this one ring light. Base color white. It needs to be an emission material. Strength 5. And now when I want to go to our roof decor, I want to go into our fairy lights. And here I want to make that 1 watt. And I want also 1 watt. Okay. I don't need that at the moment. Now our apples are currently making white light because we've got all of the colors. And they are mixing right there. So what I want to do is I want to kind of fan these out a little bit. So we're going to take this one and we're going to go rotate negative 30. No, undo. Rotate negative 50. Rotate 50. Rotate negative 30. Rotate 30. Hmm, 30 is too much. Undo. Undo. Let's go 25. Rotate negative 25. Yes. Rotate 25. Come here. Render view. Let's see. It's going to take a moment. Also, where are these actually situated in terms of... Select objects. I think they are inside the monitor. I think that's part of why we're struggling. Let's make this 2. And 10. Now we'll see if this actually does what it's supposed to do. Let me just hide that first. I want to see. This is behaving independently. You know what? What's happening is that it's refusing to calculate, so let's just save and reopen this thing. So let me just pick a different model so that it can refresh its brain. Let's try this again. Let's see if this is gonna work. Let's see if this is gonna work. It is not behaving as if there is actual light. Wow. At this point, there should be light coming out of this thing. Okay, let me do this quickly. Check how it applies in Eevee. So there is light, but it's pathetic. Okay, that explains it all. There is light, but it's pathetically weak. Okay, so I'm gonna go select objects and go scale, bring it down, bring that back. Back to cycles, and let's see if now why are we still not seeing it? So cool. You know what, at this point I just go into point price. It's ridiculous. Actually, you know what? The entire thing is wrong. So I'm going to get rid of the entire thing because this is not working. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in mesh. Let's make a cube. Edit. Item. Grab that. Put that on 0. Grab that. Put it on 0. Grab that. Put it on 0. Grab that. Put it on 0.1. And it becomes a bar. Grab that. Put it on 0.1. And it becomes a bar. Okay. Hide that. Hide the room shop. Object mode. Materials. Add new material. Call it rainbow. Or no. RGB strip. Okay. Now we go edit mode. Edge, mark scene. Object mode, UV editing. Let's go. Image, new. It doesn't need to have that sort of wild resolution. Let's go to is enough. And new image, cool. UV. Unwrap. Yeah, grab. And align like so. Great. Shading. This is now on our RGB strip, cool. So base color, we're going to go to image texture, there we go. Actually I'm gonna get rid of that and I'm gonna go it's not going to be an image texture and it's going to be an emission. Okay, we go Control A, no, Shift A, shader, emission. Okay. Emission to surface. Image texture, go away. Color to color ramp. Here we go. And factor to texture coordinate. Let's go. And in between, I actually need a mapping node. Okay, so we're going to need 1, 2. Yeah. Wait, undo, undo, undo. Yeah. Add another. Undo. Yeah. Add another. There we go. Okay. So this one. Make it loud. Make it yellow. This one. Make it loud. Make it magenta. This one. Make it loud. Make it cyan. This one. Make it loud. Make it green. This one. Make it loud. Make it red. Okay. Let's go UV editing. Pull that in there. Pull that in there. Grab that. And scale it up. Go scale Y is 0. Scale Y is 0. Pull this in ever so slightly to make sure that it actually stays on the image. Same over here. Alright. Yeah, edit mode. Grab that. Make it ever so slightly narrower. Okay. Let's do. Wait, where's the bottom? Where's the bottom? That's the bottom to the right. Yes, okay. So grab this face. Extrude. There we go. Actually, undo. Grab the entire thing, duplicate it, pull it down, scale 1.1. There we go. Add material. Add plastic. Grab that. Pull it down. Object mode. Edit. This. Grab. Sign. Yeah. Pull this in. Pull this in. Now let's see if I've got this right. Just drop it in the middle of the floor first. This is hopelessly too big, but that's fine. Let's see how it behaves. If it behaves. Oh, please, let it behave. Please let it behave. Okay, so it sort of behaves. It sort of behaves, but not enough. So what I need to do is I need to go back to my RGB strip here, and I need to go to my shading. Because the easing between these is just a little bit hectic. So what I need to do is firstly pull this closer. Get rid of you. Grab this color, copy. And paste. Grab this color, copy. And paste. And copy. And paste. Now just drag these values around a little bit so that I get a nice even distribution of all our colors. Okay. That should do the trick. That looks a little bit more loud. Now let's see what happens. Encoder overloaded. Sorry, OBS. I know. So we're halfway there, but we see that our mapping is still a bit weird on our UVs. So let's go to our shading, because that's going to have to do with our UV maps. So let's go with, it needs to be our RGB strip material, so let's find it. Wait. It would help if this was actually called RGB strip. There we go. And now if we go here, still not right. Why? Why are you still not right? Like the room shop. that ain't it. Something like that. Let's see if this is going to do the thing. Let's see if this is going to do the thing. That already looks better. That already looks better. Okay. So, now we take you. And first one is gonna live. Hmm. Let me just make it a duplicate because I think I'm going to want the second one anyway. Scale this down. Help if I have my cursor off. And go. Wait. Rotate 90. Like such. And on top of this thing. Scale down even more. Hide these thoroughly. Scale up a little. Difference. And let's check. Okay, hmm. So this is not an easy placement for this LED strip because it keeps interfering with light. No. How strong do I need to make this thing to overpower this? Edit mode. I'm behind. Delete face. Yeah, it's still coming out as white light. So this is technically also not the answer. I don't think. Or at least not in this simple methodology. Okay. Trying another thing. That's shorter. So less sideways projection. Why is it displaying correctly at the bottom? You know what? This is also not working. This is not working. So you know what? Go back to... Go back. Actual lights. Because that actually worked. Let me just check my data real quickly. Oh boy. Okay. Not responding. Yay. Okay. It's fine. 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 Yeah. Come on. You can do it. Respond. Come on. All right. So, I have a suspicion regarding this light. And my suspicion is this. Hide the room shell. Grab you. That's not what I was looking for. I want select loop, edge loop. 1, 4. Mesh. Split. Let me just pull that out. Select loops, edge loops, extrude, and bridge. Select and scale. And select and scale and select connected. Move this in like that. Now we check the behavior again because that was hard. Was that the ring light was not behaving like an actual ring light because it had not enough material to block the direction of light? Yes. That's behaving itself a little bit more. That's behaving a bit more. Okay. So now at this point, let us try with proper lights again. I'm gonna use the spotlights. Soft pull off of 1.5 meters. Rotate 180 degrees so it's pointing up. Power 40. Location. Okay, needed to unplug and replug again. I've hit the save button, hopefully that'll be worth anything. Yeah, my machine is struggling to do all the light computation while encoding a live stream. Okay. So, note to self, do not attempt to do lighting on live stream. Note to self. Okay. What else can we do? We can instead focus on making objects. So let us hide. Are we on PNG mode? Not yet. Not intentionally. We just use that. We are busy rebooting the internet. I have no idea. I have no idea if things are reconnecting. I have no idea if things are reconnecting. In the meantime, let's just see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. Thank you. Are we back? Let's refresh. Are we back? Okay. I don't know if we are back. Okay. I think I may officially be at the point in the project where I need to do this work offline, because otherwise I'm not going to actually get anything done. Because we've spent more time fighting my machine, trying to get it to stream and do the actual job at the same time than I've spent actually doing the job. So, we are going to have a change of plans for the second half of the stream, supposing that it will actually reconnect. So, let me just type that out. notice. Put that there. Grab that into there. And close Blender. Open Clip Studio. Come on. I don't think it's reconnecting anyway. Okay, are we back? Are we back? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Are we? Are we? Yeah. Are we back? Hello? Are we working? It looks like we might be. Maybe? 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 It's difficult to tell. It's difficult to tell. Okay, I at least know that Twitch is back up. Refresh on YouTube. Okay, YouTube, it looks like we're back up as well. Still have all of the dropped frames. Ba ba bum ba ba bum ba bum bum. Okay, Alright, it looks like my OBS is crying. Ah, joy. Oh, joy. Okay. So this is a classic case of you need to reboot your PC in order to get things working again. Which is kind of embarrassing. But here we are. Joy. Okay. Because we are currently very much on PNG mode and I do not know. Ugh. There. Just had to reboot the internet as well. Wow. Okay. Monday scarf. Woo! Okay. Note to self, do not work on lighting. In Blender. On stream again in a hurry. I have got so many drop frames as well. Yipesies, 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 yipesies. Okay. Plans. How am I gonna fix this? Let me hide me. Show. That did not do anything. Reconnect. Are you working now? Okay, you're working now. Yay! We might actually have a half hope of functioning again. Woohoo! We might actually have a half hope of functioning again. Yay! Okay. So, let's see. File. Let's go save as, because this is a fresh canvas. And we're going to put it into our folder for now. Today is 2025 is 7, and today is the 28th. Chibi. Body. Okay, copy. Paste. Save. Okay, so that's our file. Canvas save, ready to go for this one. Okay. Next, we're gonna go file, open. Just want to grab our reference. Which one is it? I think it's this one. It's this one. Okay. Here's our reference sheet. So, we are once again drawing our well-caffeinated friend now. And the briefing says, oh, hello, there's the actual chibi reference sheet. What? Hello, there's an actual chibi reference sheet. Save. Oh no, that's the ferret. That's the ferret. The very, very, very cute ferret. Okay. Okay. Brain is now recalibrated. Transparent background. soft shade. And it's chibi, so it's cute. Right. Okay. Okay. So, it's been a while since I've actually done a full chibi illustration, so let's go with this. Most of the time whenever I'm doing chibis, it's literally just for the sake of having thumbnails. Okay, it's fine. I'll figure this out. Okay. And let's go with something that incorporates the little bean mascot as well. I feel like we can. I mean, just look at that. That's the cutest coffee bean. There we go. Thank you, coffee! Timing is great. I almost kind of want to have them list this coffee bean mascot numbing on his finger. Nope. So let's just get the pose to work out first. Maybe instead of numbing on his finger, on his entire forearm, maybe. Mm. Oh, would this make sense as being the bean, or would it make more sense as being the ferret? I feel like the ferret would make more sense. Yeah, ferret makes more sense. I mean, look at Chai. This little maid ferret. It's cuteness incarnate. Will I be able to do this amount of cute justice? I don't know. That ought to do it, I think. Maybe. I guess. Let's just give ourselves a little bit more space around the edges. There we go. Okay. Wild. Oh, that we got to this point. Okay. Now let me just quickly grab screenshot so that I can confirm if this is actually even okay. That's done. Right. Comment. Hi now. Attach. And we wait again. And send. Find out if that works. Okay. Now we find out if that works. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ma'am. Now I need to check on the other thing, because having multiple jobs in the pipeline is helpful for this madness. So, the only other thing I've got left in the queue after this and Mapfi is the reference sheet for hype. And there's exactly one last thing I need to still solidify with that one. Before we can actually dive in whole hog on that. So let me just open up the iterations again, because there's one last thing that we need to check. One last thing that we need to check on that before we can start with the actual reference sheet. But yes, I am definitely going to be continuing the work on the room offline, because it's just not been agreeing with my hardware, and that's very tragic actually. So, arc. Okay, so the last thing that I need to check here, we're in iteration 5. We've got notes. I'm gonna grab this. And we're just gonna check here on the rear view. We have our shirt. And the waistcoat. Which can either end like that. Or copy, paste, merge down. We're gonna do that. It wants to angle down a bit more. Okay. Undo. Where's my writing marker? Grab those, because that's just the one note that I needed to get from Hype as well. Again. And let me check if we've gotten a response back from now. Yes, we have. Thank you. Okay, we continue. We continue with this. We got the approval. We got approval! Woo! Okay, so that we reduce the opacity there. View. We can get rid of those because I don't need them. Bump you over just a little bit like that. There we go. Now I'm here. We have our shorthand that we developed during the animation. Slightly accentuate that one. All right. That works, that works. Okay, then let's see. The jacket is wrapped up about there. That'll do the trick. Okay. And let's see. Why do I get the distinct feeling I'm missing stuff? Icky Teki, hello. I'm so sorry if I'm missing chat. For some reason, my Twitch is disconnected. Why? Let me just close that and open it again, and hopefully that'll reconnect. Yes, now that'll reconnect, hopefully. I promise I wasn't ignoring you on purpose. Everything was broken. Everything is broken. We live in Scuff and the Scuff lives in us. You're all good, all good? Don't worry about it. Oh, thank you for the graciousness on that front. I have been doing battle with hardware today because earlier I was working on 3D modeling things, and my computer does not like working in Blender and working on stream at the same time anymore. It really does not like it doing those two in parallel. So I need to do that job offline to get it across the line to completion. So unfortunately it had the side effect of everything breaking before we could actually get to this point. And it looks like my streamer bot chat is still broken. Because it's not pulling through. It's not pulling through. Okay, let me just reboot my streamer bot. Wait. Because this is annoying. And not trustworthy at the moment. 1 second. Rebooting streamer bot. Ay. Okay, it's pulling from YouTube. Why are you not pulling from Twitch? Platforms? Okay, now it's pulling from Twitch again. The one thing that Twitch and streaming taught me is to have patience when chatting. Don't force it, it'll be worse than anything. Yeah. I think a lot of people, especially when they're new viewers, do struggle with that. But I still appreciate it that you stuck around, because I know that if one has kind of just been the only person actively in chat and then the person just doesn't notice you for a significant period of time, it is frustrating, even if you just popped in to say hi and you don't get noticed for just saying hi. That is a bit sad. Some people get so mad when they don't get their chats read. Yes, they do. They do. Unfortunately. Which is why I try to mostly be reasonable about that. But then again, once again, everything within reason. But still, one does one's best to not be the cause for unnecessary irritation. Like, you can't make everyone happy, but you can at least try to not irritate everyone unnecessarily. And honestly, for no reason, some say the most pointless and irrelevant things ever. That they do. That they do. We have had some of those on this channel already. The so random that there ought to be an award for the randomness of what gets said. Chats have definitely transpired. I tried to draw the other day, never again. No! No! Look, drawing never goes well the first time. Take it from someone who has been drawing not well for at least 15 years before I even started to get decent. Granted, those first 15 years I really didn't care what it looked like, I was just having fun. Like, seriously, I was drawing for 15 years before I even started thinking about, this could look better. So I was totally in the beginner's bracket of art quality for the longest time ever. Because I really legitimately did not care. I was just having fun. So please don't be discouraged from drawing ever again. If you're doodling for the fun of doodling, I only tried to draw a Crusader helmet, it ended up looking like an egg. Well, to be fair, to get a helmet to not look like an egg is actually a challenge. To be very, very, very fair. Because helmets are fairly egg-shaped. How big is that slit? Not very big. Okay. And by the way, congrats on surpassing 100 followers. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! It was a long, long road getting there. But I'm very, very, very grateful for everyone who helped make it happen. For I am just a little being. And would not be able to be here without you guys. You literally allow me to continue to exist, so I appreciate you so, so, so much. Not a lot of people notice that for smaller streamers, even a single follower is a lot. Yep. I cried when I got my first 15 plus viewer raid. Yeah. It's a really, really big deal when you get a raid like that. And it's a really big deal when you get a bulk follow spurt out of it or something like that, because it for some of us it really legitimately is livelihoods. And for some of us, it's the first step down a dream path, and it's worth so much. I'd love to, at one point, be a person who can do a raid of that scale or greater. I mean, that would be, like, really cool if I could be that for someone somewhere down the line. But once again, that all depends on you guys, and I'm sure maybe we can build there. Because it's meaningful to be able to wave the motivational pom-poms for someone else to that extent. Honestly, I want to do the streaming thing full time because I'd rather her cause joy for other people online than be toxic and spread hate. Yeah. I think that's something that a lot of us in this industry can say is a goal for us, is to want to spread joy and positivity of some description. And if we can do it in multiple ways, then yay, even better. But to want to be the positive influence is, I think, a big motivator for a lot of us, because we all see the negatives all the time. But wanting to be something that can make someone's day better, I think it's a very, very, very human thing to want to do, is to make people's day nicer. Because I do know that the sort of person exists out there who does enjoy making other people miserable. And that is incredibly tragic, but they do exist. But usually they're suffering from so much brokenness. And the only way you can counter that systemically is by being another voice of, well, one, reason, and two, uplifting behavior. Honestly, even if I have one chatter, it makes this whole streaming thing worth it. It does. It does. Because it's one thing to have the active chatters, but the viewers, even the lurkers who aren't necessarily active in chat as well, and this is why I keep saying that I keep appreciating my lurkers as well, is that people are deciding to spend time with you. Of all of the hundreds and millions of people who have access to the internet on the daily basis, they're deciding to spend time with you. And I think that is super precious. It's refreshing to have someone talk to me while I play little games. Oh, I can believe that. I find it refreshing to have someone to talk to while I do my little doodles. And my not so little doodles. and the chaos of my own making. Time is an essence that nothing can replace, and some people sacrifice that essence for us, and no words can explain how much I appreciate it. It is the most precious thing. And I think whenever I think about that, that's why I get upset when I suffer technical difficulties, because I want to make that time valuable. I want to make the time that people can spend with me something that they don't feel they wasted it. And I want to make it the best that I can make it, because it is such a precious thing. And I think for a lot of us, that's why we get so frustrated with Scuff as well. It's because it just kind of eats into that very, very, very precious time that people are putting aside for us, and we want to make it as worthwhile as possible for everyone involved. Like, we joke about the Scuff being part of the job, and it is to a degree, but you still want to minimize it as much as possible. Because you respect the time of the people who are spending it with you. I have no idea. If you can hear any background music, Hiki or anyone on Twitch at the moment. I honestly have no idea. I've currently got it to be on monitor and output by me, and I'm not hearing anything, so I don't even know if it's working. I'm seeing it on my mixer, but I have no idea if it's actually working because I can't hear it. You're fine? Okay. Okay. You know what, I think I know what my problem might be. About not being able to hear it myself. I think I know what my problem is. Nope, that's not the problem. Okay. Yeah, I've got no idea what the problem is. Oh well. According to all of the check marks and buttons, everything should be working. Okay. Scallops. This little ferret is really going all out on the maid look. Wow. Like in every way possible. Okay, almost there. Just get the belt on here. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Nope. Okay, nearly got the inks here. Just clean up the silhouette on that side. Okay. Next up, the face. Now that I think about it, this is actually my first chibi commission. Literally all of the other chibis I've drawn have been for myself. Literally all of them. And they've all been in such a hurry. Okay, there we go. Ponytail in. Next. Next. I accidentally choked a fly with an air freshener. That takes skill. Well done, I guess. With fly, but well done. The fly probably deserved it. That takes doing. Wow. Nah, fly probably didn't deserve it, but it's fine. You know what I mean. Most people are annoyed by flies. But their existence serves a purpose. It takes elite aim? Yes. That it does. Okay. Getting there. Next. I have to go. My eepiness is reaching its peak. Looking forward to seeing you again, and good luck with your work. Thank you! Thank you. Rest well. Enjoy the nap time. And I will see you next time, whenever that may be. Rest well. And thank you for joining. I appreciate it. There we go. That's the one. That's the one. That's the line. There we go. Sharpen that up. Okay, then this side. Let's put in the hairline first. Very round, open hairline. Nope. Nope, nope. That one goes upright, this one rotates. Okay, then here it should be back in order, yes. There we go. This is begging for a little hairband. Can't help it. Okay. We're just about there. Now we just need. What's going on here? Hold up. Marble. And okay. Nothing of urgent import. Nope. Okay. Yeah. Lastly, eyes. I actually want to do these on a separate layer because I don't entirely trust myself to not want to do something with that later. Eyes, inks. grab those. Now, the eyes are kind of the focal point of any chibi, so one wants to make sure that you at least get those inked nicely. Nearly there, nearly there. Nearly got this. Okay. Right. So that is our inks sorted. Now we go and we make ourselves full layer for everything. Let's just not have the close gap huge. Is that all of the gaps? Yes, it is. Okay, so expand by 1, invert, and fill. Okay. So that's our fill. Now what I'm going to do, is hide that. There we go. Slowly but certainly we're getting there. Getting there, getting there. I hide my inks quickly. And I go, select. No. What I am going to do is I'm going to use that as the full color. And use that on multiply for now, and then I'll switch it back. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to do something weird with this. I'm going to experiment because I usually don't when it comes to chilis. lock opacity. Okay. Okay, now, yeah. Let's flip that so that I can get a nice curve on that line. There we go. Okay, now open. Let's see. What I want to do is I want to grab this color again. I just want to use this as a temporary goal. Yeah. I can merge that down like that. There we go. So we lock that. There we go. Okay. And then no. Two white stripes along the length. Okay. So now we grab that. Expand by 1. And let's go with one, two, More like what? There we go. Okay, rough flats are almost done. Now we need undo. Pull that out, because otherwise I'm going to be annoyed with myself later. No. Undo. Let's just get rid of that point because it's not working. There we go. Let's just hide that. What I want to do is I want to go copy from here, paste as there. Okay, looks normal. Duplicate. Lock opacity, make black. Okay. That'll work. That'll work for now. Color and full. And show that. At this point, I'm going to need to do this. I'm going to go here, edit color set, duplicate, call it regular alliance, because at this point it's necessary. Okay, regular clients is going to go above Misthaven or below Misthaven? Between Misthaven and Jared, yes. Actually, just rename, just regulars. Duplicate set, rename to there we go. Now let's grab skin color, shade color, then hair color, then eyes. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 colors. One, two, nope. Add. Add. In outfit, we've got rename to belt. Cool. Okay. And our gym is going to go 1. There we go. So now let's fill this in. There we go. And so okay, there we go. Lock that opacity. Grab you. Over here, let's just zoom in again. Okay. Nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. You thought I disappeared, but alas, I am still here! And hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate, Joshua. Thank you, because for some obscure reason, my hydrate reminders are not functioning right now. Ah! Why? Now I ruin your hydration-free ways. Alright, everyone. Courtesy of Joshua, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Enough. Ow. Ooh. I know. That was not supposed to go down that way. Ooh. Ow. Ooh, free. I know the hydration was dangerous. Yeah, who put rocks in there? What? Wee. Water is clearly bad for my health. Clearly must have coffee instead. The coffee that I forgot about and is now gold. Oh well. It was far away from me, so I thought the mug was empty. Very dangerous water, yeah. Only soda and coffee now. Don't know how I feel about this. Don't know how I feel about this. That could work. That could work. Okay, it seems like there's a chaos cat that is attempting to exit my room. Just one moment, please. Okay. That's sorted. Okay, that looks nice and shiny. I wasn't sure about that, but it's working. It's working. Okay. Let's add a little bit more of the edge to the whole thing with the darkest color. Just tie it all together. Okay. Grab white. Okay. Now I want to just check. What did the commission briefing say again? Okay. No. Now what I want to do is I want to hide things and make a group for the eyes. And hide that. And what I want to do is I want to grab, select by color, and grab that. Okay. Expand by 1. Yes. Copy. Paste all this one skin. Okay. I'm gonna put the teeth there as well because those generally go together in terms of color. Okay, and now what I want to do, lock that opacity, and grab our skin shade color. There we go. And let's start. Something like that. That ought to do the trick. That ought to do the trick. Now, on top of this, what I want to do is I want to grab that, put this on a multiplier, reduce it to 10%. Add a little bit of life around the edges. And another one, which is going to be glow dodge in the shade color. Okay. That works. Yeah, we're gonna go trusty 2 shades. And let's start with Something like that. Yes. We're slowly but certainly getting there with this one. Should be able to finish it tonight. Want soft shade, not foul shade. Okay. I will adjust. Block in with cell shade and then fade. That's how I'm going to do it. Let's just unclick the multiply and just go out there. So I can see what I'm actually doing. Okay. This stage. Oh. Finish the cold mug. The one thing about letting your coffee cool down to room temperature during the winter is that it basically becomes a iced Americano. Every single time. Because no matter what you do, it's going to be colder than your body temperature. Okay, now I'm going to lock that at 50. Yes. And grab... No, I'm going to grab white. And I'm going to use that to just soften up a couple of areas. So, there, like so. Something like that. No. Hide that. Grab there, expand by 1, yes. Show. That'll do. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. Oh! Hello! Evelyn Live! Hello, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you all. My alerts have been non-functional today because I overcooked my computer earlier. But greetings, welcome in everyone. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things, and it's an absolute joy to have you here. Hello, hello, hello. How was your stream, Apollyon? Hi. Have you guys had fun? How was stream? What were you up to? It was fun. Played multiple games, which was nice. Ah, cool, cool. What all were you playing? Was it a... too long a list, or do you feel like sharing? Ghost Watchers, then Repo, and finally Power World Cooperative. Oh wow. Talk about a collection. Okay. But the important part was, did you have fun? Yes, you did. You said it in the line just before. I just apparently have the memory of a bird. No, wait. Memory of a goldfish. I'm a bird brain with the memory of a goldfish. It's literally in my law that I've got a poor memory, so you know what? Don't pay attention to me, apparently. Ew-wee. Oh. Wow, that was the brain dip of note. Wow. But I'm glad you had fun. I'm glad you had a good stream. Thank you so much for the raid once again. Yeah. Earlier on I was working in Blender and it completely fried my computer's brain a little bit. So everything was freezing up and it was chaos, and then my internet died and we needed to reboot the modems, and then my microphone was having issues with the USB port, so I had to unplug and replug that a couple of times. So it was... getting to this point was nothing shy of a miracle. Also, I got a new emote that I missed the resizing of. Oh no! Oh no! That doesn't sound fun. Oh yeah, we powered through it. We powered through it somehow. So you know what? The scuff was real. The scuff was so real. But we survived. We survived. Spinny flappy. When I resized it, there are dead frames in it, so it disappears for a bit. I see. Yeah, I noticed that. I thought that was part of how it was supposed to be. Oopsie. Yeah, me not. Okay. Yeah. Knowing that things are going to get used for emotes and stuff, I usually, when I'm doing exports for clients, I like to export it in all of the sizes. So that you've got it for all of the use cases. So, so now I must fix it, yes. Oh, shame. Best of luck with repairs. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this on a normal layer. I'm going to hide it, and I'm going to add another normal layer for the hair, and then I'm going to do I'm going to do it this way. I forgot to ask them to do that, so now here we are. Oh no. So you kinda, maybe just a little bit think that you know it's going to be an emote and you know what platform is it's going to be used on. You can surely figure out, okay, these are the file sizes and the pixel sizes that the client is actually going to need. Maybe it's just me. And then throw in a couple of extras on the in-betweens just in case. Now, right now, I'm actually currently busy doing the first chibi commission that I've ever actually had. All of the chibis I've drawn so far have been for myself, so it's kind of wild. To draw a chibi for someone else for a change. Unfortunately, the frame rate was also too high for Twitch, so I've had to fix that as well. Ooh, no. However, the animation itself is adorable and I love it. Yes, the animation is really cute. It looks very cute. Yay! Thank you. I'm usually so scared of cute things, or cute art, because I never feel like I pull off the cute enough. I saw the Fuki you made for Teo, which was cute. Cool. Ah, I'm glad. Yeah. Kind of. Did I put that Fuki on my VGen portfolio? I can't remember if I did. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Gasp, I need to repair that then. Whoopsie. Yeah, there's another thing for Teo that I want to experiment with as well, so... Teo was very kind to give me permission to use the character for experimental purposes. So I slightly abuse that sometimes. But so far I've got no complaints back, so yay. So yeah, I used the same base for that Fugi as I did for my own, because I made it because I needed one desperately. But I'm going to have a reversed version as well. I need to just flip the rig so that there's a reverse version. Because then I can face either which way. I actually need to make a reversed version for both of us anyway, now that I think about it. So that if you need to be facing the other direction, if your thing is on the opposite side of the screen, that it makes sense. Need to do that. Taya always says how much he loves your stuff, so I doubt you'll ever hear any complaints. Phew! That's a relief. That's a relief. Yay! Yeah, the one thing I never want to do is overstep. On certain things. Okay. We're starting to get there on the hair shading. Almost got this. Almost got this. Okay. Nearly. I just want to get this shape nice. Anyway, I've got to run, Harry, as I'm very eepy, so best of luck with this already amazing looking piece of art, and I shall see you around. Thank you so much, Apollyon. Thank you so much for raiding, and once again, rest well. And also thank you for joining the Combat Styles Challenge, or event. It's not a challenge this time. Blah. Because I really am looking forward to that as well. So thank you, and thank you for the head pats. Rest well, and I shall see you next time. Night night. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to that combat thing. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Good night. Undo. as well. Expand by 1. No. You as well. Expand by 1. Okay. Now check. Merge down. Multiply. Flip. Right. And now we go and go dodge. Our darker shading color, there we go. So, for anyone who is curious about what I was speaking about regarding the combat thing, I have an event going on in a few very short weeks' time where I will be guessing what your combat style is based on your character design. So, if you are also a VTuber, you can submit your VTuber design and I will have a look at that. Or if you're not, but you have some original characters, I can look at those too. And it's pretty much going to be me basically looking at your character design and figuring out, okay, based off of your design only, what does it look like your combat style would be. So, I'm going to be looking at a whole bunch of different aspects of your character designs and seeing what the level of armament is, dexterity, etc., etc., and basically making a radar graph per person participating of where I peg your combat style to be at, with basically incredibly limited information. So if you have lore, we'll see if I, as someone who does not necessarily know your lore, will be able to identify how you are put together based off of your looks. Which, as far as character design goes, is basically seeing, okay, how effective is it at describing you and what you're capable of if you are a combat style character. So I previously did this on a tier list last year, and the tier list was great, except it was a little bit limited in terms of how everything actually could go together. There were only so many categories that I could make, and a bunch of characters didn't actually fall into a nice, neat categorization. So it was a little bit of a compromise, but I think doing it this way, where I'm not trying to sort everyone into the same list, but doing a personalized thing per person, I think it's going to work a little bit better. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. So if you'd like to participate, you can find the post for it either on X, Twitter, or Blue Sky. You'll find it on my profile. Because it was posted today, it should be pretty close to the top of my page, but if you are in the bot squad and only finding this now, then you will also be able to find it in the comments to the pinned post on my channels. The submission deadline is going to be on the 7th of August at 0800 hours UTC, so that is going to be when submissions close. And the stream itself, where we're going to be going through all of those things, is going to be also on the 7th of August at 1900 hours UTC. So feel free to drop your PNGs, and please share it with your friends. I'd like to have a good thick stack of characters to analyze and go through. It would be a lot of fun to also potentially get to know a couple of new faces and get to know a bunch of you guys as well. So please do come along for that. I am very, very much looking forward to it. And I'll also be announcing some cool, interesting stuff on that day. So if you can make it live, that would be really, really cool. Because I'm announcing some cool stuff then. And I would very much love it if everyone could drop by. It would mean a great deal to me. I have been working towards that, which I shall be announcing for a really long time. And I'm looking forward to being able to share it with you guys and taking steps to bring more cool stuff for your guys' enjoyment out in the wild. So please do come along. It'll be worth your while. I'm pretty sure of it. And yeah, I'm very excited. I am modulating my voice, but I'm actually practically squealing on the inside with excitement because I've worked hard towards this, and I'm personally excited. I'm personally excited, basically out of my bones. Alright, that's looking a bit better. Now, here what we're going to do is we're going to go black. And we're just going to soften a couple of top edges. There we go. That's looking decent. That's looking decent. I'm happy with that. Last thing I want to do is just add that little highlight there. Is there anything else? Is there anything else? Let me unclip that. And grab that color. What I want to do is I want to just soften a couple of these sections. Just that it looks slightly more painterly. And polish. There we go. Okay. And here. And that like so. Okay, that works. That works. Okay, I think we're not far from being done. We're not far from being done. So, first thing we're going to do here is we're going to lock the Slayer. A little bit of roundness to it. Add. That should not be a vector layer. There we go. And on top of that, we go add this. Undo. And then on top of that, we grab that again and add a bit of gradient on top. Unlock, filter, blur, Gaussian. Dial that up. Not so much. A little bit less. A little bit less. There we go. Click down, make multiply. Make 50. Grab you, grab you. There we go. All right. I think we are approaching the finish line here. Okay, getting there, getting there, getting there. Okay, now we grab this and go slightly darker. Little skin. There we go. With chibis for myself, I never go bother with this coloring of the lines, but I feel like I want to here. So just go a little bit of the extra mile. Okay, yeah. Oh, lots of gaps here that need repairing. Wowee. I think for the white, this is actually a good color. I'm gonna leave that. Nope. Undo. Or is it maybe too dark still? It's maybe a little too dark still. It's maybe a little too dark still. Okay, never mind. That. Let's just do the back quickly. Hi, hey, how goes? Arting is still looking good. Yay! Yes, we are going. I might be going slightly insane, but we are going. I usually don't bother coloring lines ever, but I feel like with soft colored chibi it makes sense to soften everything down just a little bit. Makes it just that little bit cuter when there's a little bit of line distinction. From my usual harder, I suppose is the right word, work? Not harder in terms of effort, harder in terms of texture. Been lurking, just had to hunt down a couple of files that invaded my lair, oh dear. So that I myself don't go further insane. Oh, fun. I take it then your hunt was successful? It was exterminated with extreme malice. Oh, lovely. That is indeed how the dealing with invasive files ought to be handled, I believe, with extreme malice. I mean, if you're going to be malicious, at least that's the right target for it, I suppose. I don't know how these insects get into a subterranean lair. I was on the verge of burning the whole thing down. Oh my. That's the thing with insects. They have a natural way of burrowing into things. Like, no matter how well sealed you think a building is, you look again and then all of a sudden you've got a dead millipede lying in the middle of the floor and you wonder how in blazes did it get there? Alright, the hairlines are nearly done. Next time I am mad enough to want to do something with colored line art, I need to remember to do the lines on separate layers so that I do not have to fight this madness again. Nope. Yeah. Pull that up. Okay, getting there, getting there, getting there. Okay, now here. see. Where are we at? I knew I was going to regret buying that stringing when I did. I knew I was going to regret it when I still went ahead and did it. Just leave it for the end. Put it on its own layer. And we'll just save the plan. Okay, yeah. So, right, okay. Nearly there. You guys are all set. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. Is there anything else I can do with this? I feel like I can add another layer to the table. Just a little extra bit of depth. Okay, there we go. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. I think that's cute. What I do want to do though is I want to just hide all of that for a second. Hide that. Hide that. Hide that. Hide the ink. hide the eyes. Select by color that. Okay. Just soften some parts of this. There we go. There we go. Happiness, happiness, happiness. Now I'm feeling like it's more polished. The skin was just a little too polished there. Okay. I am happy. I am happy. Now, the last thing that I want is a little bit of shine on the shoe. There we go. That's it. Okay. I think that is just about everything I can do to this thing. I don't know if that adds anything. I don't think it does. Undo, undo, undo. I don't think that adds anything. Unless... Too much. There we go. I'm gonna freeze design there. Wait. It's got little eyelashes on the bottom. Stop that. And I never actually did anything with the eye inks at the end of the day. That won't do. That won't do. I'm not gonna freeze design yet. Oh. Super tiny. But includable. Okay. Now here what I want to do is I want to just add a little bit of first pull the entire thing in black. It is proper black, right? No, it's not. I want it to be black. There we go. And now just over here, slightly smaller, there we go. And grab a little bit of that. Just so slightly on the underplane here. There we go. Okay. Now I'm freezing design. We're done. That is the chibi. I am happy. I'm happy that it is cute. Now I need to figure out how on earth I'm going to sign this. with... No, first what I'm going to do before signing it is I'm going to just quickly export time lapse. This is all okay. It's in the original aspect ratio, cool. Or I hit the sign button. So exporting that real quick. Because I think it is done. I think it is done. Probably before I export any more of these. Oh, hello, that's a great reminder. So everyone, apply your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Just happened to look up just in time to spot the water bottle on my shoulder. Woohoo! Yeah. I'm just going to polish this bottle at the moment quickly because not enough hydration happened this day. Alright. Okay, so I am pretty sure that it is good to go. Almost done exporting this time lapse. Almost. This is like the full version, all of the time. So this was a 3-hour chibi, 3.5 hour chibi. Oh boy, okay. So this goes in here, and now chibi full body. There we go. Very cool. And nope. Want to zoom in just a little bit. Okay. Take screenshot. Like that. And I think we are there for today. I'm not gonna hit the sign button on this. I need to get feedback back on that. So thank you guys so much for joining in. We didn't get as far on the room as I would have liked, but I'm going to continue work on that offline because it is not stream conducive right now to continue with that. But yeah, I'm glad that we managed to finish Now Afogato's Chibi. That was a little bit of a left field commission, but I'm very, very grateful for it to be able to do something slightly different. I'm always nervous about drawing cute things. I always feel like other people draw cute things cuter. But I am happy with how it came out, especially when it comes to like mascots and stuff. Like how to make ultimate cuteness. It baffles me sometimes. So I hope I did Chai the ferret at least some justice here. Hopefully everything goes well on that side. Yes, thank you guys so much for joining in. It is now practically 1:30 AM UTC. So yeah, you're too humble sometimes, you know that. I say it how I see it. Okay. I call a spade when it comes to things like this. Okay. Like, sure, I know cuteness is a very much subjective thing, but like, there are people who have their worldly goal is to become one with the cuteness, and they get it right. And then it's just, yeah. Anyway, this is now rambles that should not happen. So, thank you guys so much for joining in. I really, really appreciate it. And I will continue tomorrow, probably with work on Professor Hype's reference sheet. That is probably what I'm going to be working on tomorrow. And I will probably need to do offline work on the room tomorrow in the between the first and second sleeps, and also Wednesday between the first and second sleeps, and Thursday between the first and second sleeps. So yeah, I'm probably not going to work on that on stream again until I get to the point where I'm actually doing the animation that's going to go outside the window. I might be able to work on that on stream, but aside from that, I doubt it. But all of that aside, I will show you guys updates as I get them, I guess. Because I am keeping people up to date on that progress. So yeah, that's what's going to happen there. Yeah, thank you all so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. Please participate in the combat style thing, and please share it with your friends. It is on both X, Twitter, and Blue Sky, so go check it out. Hit the share button, please, please, please. If even one of your friends sees it, it's worthwhile. So I hope that you guys have fun with it. I'm looking forward to it. And until next time, thank you all so much for being here, and rest well when you get to it. Bye. Yeah. Buttons. The scuff continued right until the very end. Gugh. Alright. Good night. Rest well. I will Raid. Another time. I will raid another time. Alright. Night night.